Every time I'm like, he's always eating this food, I need someone to go get Now I know if I go anywhere and ask you for recommendations.
Oh, thank you.
I'm going to Arizona next week.
I don't know.
Okay.
What part? Scottsdale or Phoenix or?
I'm flying into Phoenix, but we're going to Sedona. We're hiking. So
Okay.
I have friends that are actually, during COVID, they decided to live in an RV for a year. They rented their house in December, they've been gone. And at a session I picked together, I was like, when you guys get somewhere I really want to go,
Yeah.
I'll be there. They've been in like North Dakota, South Dakota, which is cool, but now they're in Arizona.
I've got a buddy that's been to Arizona a lot. I can
Do you
get.
have any recommendations?
I can get you a recommendation. No,
Okay.
What part of
you want recommendations for what?
Well, we're gonna stay, we're gonna do Flagstaff, Sedona,
Yeah.
and then I don't know, we're gonna be there for 5 days. I know we're
I've
gonna
got a buddy that's been out there a lot.
Go to Sedona. Do you go to like,
Yeah, I've never been.
do you go to like the
I've been to
portals and?
Grand Canyon.
I'm very
So
curious.
coming across, and I've been to that Grand Canyon. You gotta go.
I know.
That's a bucket list.
It is.
I mean, I don't know.
Did you do the zip line at the Grand Canyon?
Are you kidding me? Zip line? Listen, I may be daring and bold, but I'm not that daring and bold.
I'm just worried about the poundage. I'm a big boy.
Oh, the mercy.
Really?
I'm worried it's gonna bow in the middle and it's not gonna have enough zip to get all the way down.
You'll be in the middle, you come up, it's like.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To fly in a chopper, they'll do like an extraction.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried
Hey, did you
about.
see what happened at Yellowstone?
Yes.
Yes.
I don't know when they're gonna be able to open that back up.
Oh my God.
So I see, I never know.
So when you have a baby.
I'm not sure.
Lori.
But he likes it very, very well.
He looks at me like, yeah, I'm messing with him, and they're like you can have him in 3 years.
Alright.
What happened first?
Your touch that's not where you do your touch, Ellen. You do your touch
I
on.
don't have the touch.
Well, you put your thumb on that.
That's where your touch is.
Oh, yeah.
It's an update trying to put the other security, but the touch that's where the touch goes. And you can't like do it, you just have to, if you haven't done it.
Oh, were you guys?
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We will call to
Good
order.
morning.
Thank you, out there in TV land. Call to order the June committee meetings for the State Board of Education of the state of Georgia. I understand we have some people joining us on the phone. If you will give us a shout out, let us know who you are.
Matt Donaldson here.
Hello, Matt.
Scott Sweeney. Good morning.
Mr. Sweeney.
Good morning. Stan DeJarnett here.
Dr. D.
Good morning, it's Frank Griffin.
Hello, Frank.
Good morning, Mike Long.
Hey, Mike. Roger.
Roger Ivy.
All right.
Doctor.
That's right.
Doctor.
I will, at this time, turn the gavel over, so to speak, to Ms. Petty. Ms. Petty, do you have a quorum for your Rules Committee?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, you may proceed.
All right. Back in here. Okay, Dr. Taylor, I will turn the show over to you.
All right, the first item on the agenda is the adoption of the amendment to State Board of Education Rule 160-4-2.34 dual enrollment. So this rule is being amended to outline the completion and passing of both the American Government course and the Personal Finance and Economics course for Option B students entering ninth grade in the 2022-23 school year and beyond as part of their required secondary course options in Official Code of Georgia Annotated Section 20-2-161.3. The amendment also updates language related to the American Literature and Composition requirement that was approved by the State Board in March of 2021 to remove the language beginning in the 2021-22 school year and incorporate within the standing rule requirements. At the May 2022 meeting, the State Board approved the initiation of this rule amendment to be posted for public review. The rule has been posted for 30 days. If approved, the revised board rule will be adopted for implementation in the 2022-23 school year.
All right, comments, questions? Number one?
Do we have any comments on the,
Yes, there was comment that I sent to you all
From the-
yesterday that
from the
we had gotten
parents and all?
received.
Okay.
Yes.
all right,
Mhm.
yes, Ms. Hay, that was nice.
Follow up to that, will that be part of the public record of this?
It can, yes.
Okay, if,
All right. Any other questions, comments? This will be pulled for a separate vote tomorrow. All right, moving on to item number 2.
The second item is the adoption of the standards for medical assisting. So this new course is a direct response to the needs of the healthcare industry. WellStar Medical requested that students in the allied health and medicine pathway have an opportunity to develop knowledge and skills in medical assisting so students would be able to have more options in the healthcare field. Throughout the fall and winter of this school year, business and industry experts and educators researched and developed the standards for this course, and healthcare science teachers reviewed standards and provided feedback to the committee for the final draft. Medical assisting is a 4th course option in the therapeutic services, allied health and medicine pathway. Again, at the May 2022 meeting, the board approved this course to be posted for public review and comment, and the course has been posted for 30 days.
All right, comments, questions? About number 2?
Anything on the comments?
I'll share. We've got online.
JR,
Private.
this is Roger Ivy.
Oh, okay.
The majority is very like just interested.
Roger, you're breaking up.
I'm sorry, we're down at Jekyll. It's not exactly the best power here. There was a couple of negatives, and the negatives dealt with the teachers in the 4th course dealing with the CTSO. And we figured that that's just somebody with an axe to grind. But they were majority positive.
How many comments did you receive?
In this one, we received about 20 comments.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Ivy. Any other questions or comments? If not, we will plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 3.
Item number 3 is request for the adoption of the sports medicine standards. Sports medicine is the 3rd course in the therapeutic services sports medicine pathway. Teachers in the field, along with the Healthcare Advisory Committee, determined that several of these standards needed to be revised and some new standards added to keep the program current and up to date. Business and industry experts have reviewed the medicine course and provided feedback on necessary revisions to bring the course up to date. Their suggestions have been incorporated into the course by experienced teachers who also have industry experience. If approved, this course would be added to the state-funded list of K-8 subjects and 912 courses.
Okay. Mr. Ivy, do we have any comments or on this one?
Yes, again, these are majority positive. People love it. Our slightly experienced teachers on one that were in the TSO standard, and they felt it was rigorous.
Okay.
But again, the majority of folks thought it was on target and a great thing for the students.
Any other comments or questions from anyone?
I like it that the listing of the advisory teams and the groups that they have pulled together are on there, because that's always good to know and see some familiar names too. Thank you for that work. That's been a big thing with, I think, with Ctae, is to always have business.
Always. All right. We'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow, if there's no objection. Item number 4.
Item number 4 is a request to adopt the standards for startup entrepreneurship. So this is a request to adopt the Georgia Standards of Excellence for entrepreneurship skills, or entrepreneurship essentials, the entrepreneurial venture and advanced entrepreneurial strategies. This pathway was a direct response to the needs of the business community of Georgia. The Georgia Chamber of Commerce, various school systems, and several businesses requested that the department develop a pathway for our high school students that would promote the concept of entrepreneurial thinking. Business and industry experts and educators came together to develop the standards for this 3-course pathway. At the May 2022 meeting, the board approved these courses to be posted for public review and comments, and they have been posted for 30 days.
Okay, Mr. Ivy, were there any comments on this one?
These comments came back, they were great. These people out there in the field think this is on par and just what is needed. So the responses were wonderful. There was one negative comment, and we can deal with it in the delivery of the curriculum. They said there's not enough time spent with explaining to the students how to obtain capital for their business venture. So that's something that we can deal with in the actual delivery of the course content.
Okay, thank you.
So they were all happy about this one. I think this is going to be a great opportunity.
Any other comments or questions?
Did he have a committee list? Is there a
Uh-huh.
committee list for that one?
There was a writing committee, of course, writing.
Yes, there was this.
I'll see it on the. Okay, thank you.
No decision, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda. All right, item number 5, Dr. Taylor.
Item number 5 is a request to adopt the standards for middle school exploring audio, video, broadcast, and film. This is a request to adopt the Georgia Standards of Excellence for exploring audio, video, broadcast, and film for grades 6, 7, and 8. These standards allow for direct alignment to the high school audio, video, technology, and film pathway. The courses were designed by a committee of industry experts and educators to provide exploratory options for middle school students to gain knowledge and skills in audio, video, broadcast, and film technology. Exposure to various career fields in the industry are a major component of these courses, and the content has been developed to meet industry standards. At the May 2022 meeting, the board approved these courses to be posted for public review and comments, and they have been posted for 30 days.
All right, Mr. Ivy.
This one came back extremely positive. Excellent work. Wonderful to have these standards for this program at the middle school, and a group out of Truth Studios that do an area called Story Arts has said that they have crosswalked it with their Story Arts and says it works great within that program that they have there with the elementary and middle schools. So I thought that was wonderful on that. The negative was, I think, from people possibly that did not understand middle school exploratory connections programs, because they said it was, a few folks said it was too broad and the standards need to go much deeper. But again, we're talking about a 9-week exploratory 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and you may not get it in the 6th grade, but you get it in the 7th grade, so you can't have a prerequisite, So again, the majority was all positive.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
Another.
Roger, Hayden. Helen, me, you, who's going?
You go.
Go ahead.
Roger,
Mr.
did we
Long.
hear anything? The Georgia Film Academy, or did we get any feedback from them as well? I would think they would think this would be super positive as well.
Yes, and they were part of the writing committee.
What I was going to
Perfect,
say, follow up to that, maybe we could have the Georgia Film Academy come and speak to us again. We went there one time, I think when Scott Sweeney was chairing, and when to see the nature of the film and had a tour. But it would be interesting to have them come, since they're the 3rd largest industry in Georgia, speak with us and bring some of the schools that are doing, and especially middle school. I got a great feedback from our area that they were excited about it.
We could probably arrange that in the fall. That would be a great thing during the kickoff when school starts.
Okay.
We might meet celebrities too.
Yeah. Can we have Tom Cruise with Top? No.
Maverick himself.
Top Gun Maverick. No.
All right,
Sorry.
any other comments, questions on number 5? Not, we'll plan to move it to the consent agenda tomorrow. Number 6.
Item number 6 is a request to adopt the Georgia Standards of Excellence for Exploring Construction for grades 6, 7, and 8. The middle school Exploring Construction standards allow for direct alignment with the high school construction pathways by providing exploratory options for middle school students to gain knowledge of construction tool use and exposure to various career fields in the construction industry. The content has been developed to meet industry standards. At the May meeting, the board approved these courses to be posted for public review and comment, and they have been posted for 30 days.
All right, Mr. Ivy, you're front and center again.
Oh, this one had no comments, and people started the process and didn't finish.
Did
So
what?
it was kind of disheartening for me on this one.
Can you repeat that, please?
There were no comments in this category, and 2 people started the process and never finished. So we received 0 feedback from the public.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from the committee?
You know, this is such a need in our districts, and I don't know how many districts really have a construction pathway, but general construction, and we talked about that with Ctae before, that need for our kids to be able to explore, you know, welding and plumbing and HVAC and get a feeling of what that looks like. So if they want to go into the field of welding, they'll know. I hope that we can really promote this, all of our board members in our districts, because everybody has industries in their business that do construction, and it's so important. And there's such a misunderstanding, I think, within our whole districts of what these pathways really offer. You know, they have a taste of what it means, but they have no idea what this could take them to. So I encourage us, and I encourage us to work together to get a list of those things that, even with Megatronics, you know, kids don't understand what that means. I had a student say, well, I took it because I was going to tech. And I thought, great. And you know what tech said to them? Great. That showed an initiative. They liked it, but there's a lot more to that. I think we need to do and we're doing a great job, but we can explore this to even broaden that, to make sure that our teachers and our counselors that understand these pathways and what this pathway does from the bottom of the pathway to the top, and what a student can make. I mean, they have no idea that they can make $80,000 and $90,000 welding, or any of these.
Oh, I know.
So that would just be an ask. And I'll be willing, I think all the board members, I would think, would be willing to take this back and really talk it up, if not in your district, to see if you can get it going there.
All right, any other comments or questions?
Were our friends at the Association of General Contractors
Yes.
involved in this?
I did not see that.
Yes, they were construction ready, and I believe there was one gentleman from the Highway Contractors Association.
I saw that construction ready and that Union 72 Trades Institute plumbing coordinator.
Yes, welding, plumbing, pipe fitting.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, no, there's nobody from ACG on the list.
I don't see that, but that would be someone that we probably should touch base with too.
Yeah, to help promote this.
Yeah, because they came and spoke to us about a need
Oh,
for
they're here
this.
all the time. They've been great partners with Skills USA.
Yeah.
Skills USA.
I can see them on there.
I didn't either.
Okay. Any other comments or questions?
It's an opportunity there.
All right, we will plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 7.
This is a request to adopt the Georgia Standards of Excellence for Naval Science 4 Naval Leadership and Naval Science 4 Effective Communications. The Navy JROTC curriculum for these courses were revised by the U.S. Navy headquarters. The course revisions were revised to reflect the updates to this curriculum. A group of Navy JROTC instructors came together to revise the current Georgia standards for Naval Science 4 to reflect these updated standards from the U.S. Navy headquarters. At the May 2022 meeting, the board approved these courses to be posted for public review and comments, and they have been posted for 30 days.
Mr. Ivy?
These came back excellent. One gentleman said that they're wonderful the way they were aligned with those Navy objectives or competencies from those courses to make them Georgia standard. So the Navy people are happy. And so if they're happy, we're real happy.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments or questions?
I see that there were three people on the committee. Is that the,
Retired.
is that it? Just, yeah.
We retired.
Yes, we get the curriculum. We get the curriculum from the Office of the Navy, and then we have to then make it into basically Georgia type standards because they're like a list of competencies and objectives, kind of like maybe back in the day when we had QCCs. So we had to put them in our own language.
Yeah, because I know.
And those gentlemen there are JROTC instructors. And they have to be retired to be a JROTC instructor.
That's right. Because I know they said that, we do not adjust to your course. You adjust to ours.
Right. We adjust to them. Yes.
They were specific about that. Okay, thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions on number 7? Okay, we'll plan to move that to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is a request to approve a school to the Special Needs Scholarship Program 2022 to 2023 private school list. The Official Code of Georgia annotated section 20-2-2115 requires the State Board of Education to authorize private schools that will be eligible to participate in the Georgia Special Needs Scholarship Program. Private schools that are interested in participating in the program have until June 30th, 2022 to apply for the 2022-2023 school year and must meet eligibility requirements outlined in rule and law to be considered. Having met these requirements, the Fitting Academy in Clarkston, Georgia is seeking to participate in the program for the 2022-23 school year.
Okay, comments, questions?
Tiffany, what's the breakdown between private and public?
I'm not sure I understand.
The private, this is for private schools. How many private schools do we have that are
Participating in the Special Needs Scholarship Program?
Yeah.
With the Fitting Academy, I think that brings us to around, 294, 295.
Any other questions or comments? No consent, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 9.
Item number 9 is a request to initiate State Board of Education Rule 160-5-3-.17, use of alternative vehicles for the transport of specified student groups. This rule is being requested for initiation, which means if approved, it will be posted for 30 days public review and comment. Senate Bill 159 from the 2021 legislative session expanded the definition of vehicles that can be used to transport students under certain conditions. Students who either, 1, have transportation needs documented in their individualized education program, IEP, or 2, may currently lack, or during the previous academic year, lacked a fixed, regular, and adequate nighttime residence as described under the McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act, can be transported to and from school and school-related activities using a vehicle designed by the manufacturer to transport a maximum of 8 students and not less than 5 students. This new rule establishes the minimum standards and requirements, which are delineated separately from requirements of school buses for maintenance, repair, inspection, and use of such vehicles, minimum qualifications of the drivers of such vehicles, and other requirements deemed necessary. Again, if approved for initiation, the proposed new rule will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions, concerns?
Just want to say thank you to the staff. Everybody knows this. Anybody knows that's been watching this. This is a lot of sausages poured into this, and again, we're charting new territory. I think we've got a rule here that is going to help promote the safety, welfare of the kids, and allow companies to be able to compete for the business where we don't pick winners and losers. We set up the rules, the basic rules, and this is a good start. And the difference from this in the last, some of the things that were in the rules have been actually moved to guidance in there. that the DOE will be putting out, but then some other housekeeping issues have been updated and allowing for, again, like I said, for a good, good guardrails. I guess talking about transportation, that's a good analogy. Guardrails and to allow it to get going and help those students that this legislation was intended to help, and allows it to get going from there. So I just want to say thank you to the folks, Tiffany, y'all's team, and Pat, Schofield and Transportation. Everyone was very patient and did a very good job, and our external stakeholders who all weighed in as well from the legislature and the people that worked on this bill to get it passed. That's just, I appreciate it. Not everybody got what they wanted, and it's not perfect, so that means we probably did it right. So.
Okay, any other comments or questions? If not, we'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 10.
Item number 10 is a request to initiate the repeal of State Board of Education Rule 160-5-3-.02, Contracted Transportation Services. Again, this rule repeal is being requested for initiation, which means if approved, it will be posted for 30 days public review and comment. So Rule 160-5-3-.02, Contracted Transportation Services, provides regulations and protocols for contracted transportation services related to school buses. With the passage of Senate Bill 159 from the 2021 legislative session, which expanded the definition of vehicles that can be used to transport students under certain conditions, the current rule needs to be repealed to make way for a new rule that incorporates these now allowable vehicles. If approved for initiation, the request for repeal will be posted for 30 days public review and comment.
Comments, questions, and concerns about number 10? We'll plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. Item number 11.
So, item number 11 is a request to initiate new State Board of Education Rule 160-5-3-.02, Contracted Transportation Services. Similarly, it's being requested for initiation, meaning that if approved, it will be posted for 30 days public review and comment. This board rule updates information from the current rule requested for repeal and grants local education agencies the opportunity to utilize the services of contracted transportation carriers who may use alternative vehicles for the transport of specified student groups.
Comments, questions, concerns about number
11.
All right, we'll plan to move it to the consent agenda. The next item, Dr. Taylor.
Item number 12 is a request to approve the amendment of the bylaws of the State Board of Education of the state of Georgia. The purpose of this amendment is to permit the State Board of Education to hold its meetings at locations outside of the offices of the Georgia Department of Education. The current bylaws require the State Board to hold all meetings at the state capitol in the Department of Education. The existing language is based on state law that was amended in 2011. House Bill 706 from that 2011 session struck the requirement that the State Board meet at the state capitol in the Department of Education or at such place in the capitol as may be designated by the governor for that purpose.
Comments, questions, or concerns?
I've got a comment, only because of the item that asked that we meet at the Capitol was under the old bylaws that was done in January 2011. I think we have a copy of it. It was under duties. And it said, it was 3-2-A, and it said, meet at the State Board. The State Board shall meet at the State Board of Education at the State Capitol in the office of the Georgia Department of Education or at such place in the Capitol as may be designated by the governor for that purpose. I think that was the one that needed to be words deleted technically, because we don't really do that. This 5-1 of the regular meeting is that's on here now does say some of this, but it takes out the idea of a quorum of the state board needing to be. I think we need to look at it and go through it. We've added regular meetings will regular meetings will be, no, regular meetings
Shall
shall
be held.
be at
At least once
every quarter. Well, that, it sort of said, it says all regular meetings will be conducted at a minimum of a quarterly at the state capitol in the Department of Education. Well, to me, that means at a minimum we meet here. And then we scratched out a quorum shall be physically present, but a quorum must be physically present for a member of the board to be allowed to participate by telephone or electronic attendance. It shall be the duty of the members of the state board to physically attend the meeting of the board so as to take part in its deliberation. A board member is permitted to participate by telecommunications due to emergency or in circumstances beyond the control of the board member and must have the approval of the chair to do so. An agency with statewide jurisdiction shall be authorized to conduct meetings by telecommunication conferences, provided that any such meeting is conducted in compliance with this chapter rule. The executive office and the chair shall ensure compliance with the open
meetings.
Yeah, open meetings. I feel like that really already said what we were trying to say here.
This is codified.
Huh?
Chairman Daniel.
Can I comment? So when I became chair at the start of the year, I tasked Matt Donaldson, who's our parliamentarian, to take a look at the bylaws to see how, basically I want to take the show on the road. You know, we sit up here in Atlanta and we say, do this, and the only time we really get out of Atlanta as a board is when we go on a retreat. And I thought it would be good if, sort of looking forward to 2023, maybe scheduling one meeting a year somewhere else. And so that was the genesis of this. It was never intended to say, well, and let me back up a little bit, because I think the bylaw that we're looking at here is from 2011, I think. So a lot's changed since then, and one of those is that technology now is a must, which is good and bad, because if we're gonna take the show on the road, we've gotta have it at a place that can accommodate us technologically, because we may have board members that, and we have board members that are attending by phone because they have other obligations, and that's fine. It was not intended to say, well, this is a pass now, you don't have to physically be at these meetings. That's always preferred. It's always preferred for our board members to physically be here, but it gives the ability for them to attend remotely, and it would also give the ability, in theory, for Godot employees to be able to attend those meetings remotely if need be, as a lot of them do now, to be able to call in. But it also, and it's interesting because you and I had talked about this before, the language in that, and there's sort of conflicting bylaws, says meet a minimum of quarterly in Atlanta, here. And you can look at it two ways. You could say, well, it means that we only have to meet 4 times a year. That's one way you could look at it, which I don't know how we could get the business done by only meeting 4 times a year. But you could also look at it as saying, well, but it's saying you have to meet in Atlanta at Godot, but only 4 times a year. Or it's saying every time you meet, it has to be in Atlanta at Godot. Well, there's several different ways you can look at it, and I wanted to clean that up. That's really what, and I'm not wanting to have every single meeting remote, and I'm not wanting to have every single meeting at different places. And that's why we tried to put language in there, and Matt and Stacy Super Drake worked on this, trying to say at least 8 meetings a year have to be here in Atlanta. And that's what some of that language did. And this is the first time that this has come up, and it can be a work, we don't have to pass this, it's a work in progress, but that's why I wanted it brought forth, because we're not scheduling our meetings for 2023 yet. I'd like to have this in place by September, so that when we look at scheduling in 2023, we can have a February or a March meeting maybe in 2023 somewhere else. But that's why I wanted to go ahead and bring this, and I understand your points, and I hear what you're saying.
Well, I think too, we talked about this. We don't meet in April, and in October we have a board meeting, and then there all this business of the state that comes up between charter and flexibility and rules and budget, and budget takes over several months, and you need the structure sometimes to be here, and you need the people to be here, that you can take care of it immediately or go across the street or do what is necessary. And I think for those of us that were here when this was done, the intent was to let us be able to move, but, and that's why it was written in this way. I'm glad we changed it because what we had on the board, the e-board at first was 3-2-A about the duties. And that does need to come out because that never happened. But I would like for us to look at this because I think if we don't really, when you don't really have things really clear and clean cut, people take
I agree.
a privilege to do so and so.
That's why I wanted to do this, because it's not clear cut.
And I don't want to be
and
the
I
only
wanted-
one speaking
No,
because
you're-
I think there
No,
were
you're
good
fine.
things.
It's a fair point. That's why I wanted this put on the agenda this month, not, at the end of the year that we're scrambling. Because, and if it doesn't pass muster, then it doesn't pass muster. But I think we can do this, and I think we owe it to the people and the educators of the state of Georgia to take the show on the road, so to speak.
I agree.
Do conduct our business and show the support sometimes of our state schools. Maybe we can have meetings there. Wouldn't that be great? That's sort of what I was thinking.
Exactly.
And so it's a work in progress. I mean, I certainly, and if Mr. Donaldson's on the line, if he wants to chime in on that, and the process, I know he worked with Stacy and has done a wonderful job.
Yeah.
There's a lot more to amending a bylaw and redlining than just saying, we're gonna do this. Because when there are bylaws in place, you can't just say, this is what we're gonna do, and so let it be written, I mean, you've gotta, get in the weeds, and that's what Mr. Donaldson and Stacy Super Drake have done. Matt, would you like to chime in on some of the comments we've made thus far?
Mr. Chairman, you've hit the high points. I would like Stacy Super Drake give her an opportunity to speak on some of those things that Helen mentioned. There is some contradiction that we tried to deal with as best we could. So I'd like to give her an opportunity.
Good morning.
Stacy.
Sure. Good morning. So when looking at the bylaws, the law did change, and the law previously did require that state board meetings had to occur. And I think it said like at the department's offices at the state capitol, right? And so the language of the law changed. If you want to refer to the code section, it's 20-2-5. And the language now says that the state board shall meet quarterly in regular session at such time as it may by regulation provide, and may hold additional meetings at the call of the chairperson, and then provided that upon written request, and then it goes on. So what the law actually requires at this point, and let me just say, I am open to drafting it however it needs to be drafted once the board comes to some sort of agreement as to what they would like the language to look like in the future. But, essentially the law requires you guys to meet quarterly, right? And so part of the issue with drafting this language was how much flexibility did you guys actually want going forward? So the contradiction is, by law, you're only required to meet quarterly. The language as currently drafted says you have to have a minimum of 8 meetings at the Department of Education. The law doesn't require you to meet 8 times, right? So, there was some discussion about, well, do we say a majority of the meetings so there wouldn't be this conflict of state law? We thought about, okay, should it be a percentage, which I think would be like a little bit harder to calculate and keep track of. So as I said, I'm open to whatever suggestions you have, however you guys would like to proceed. And then just to make a point on, hold on, opening up my other screen, just to make a point about the language, Ms. Rice, that you discussed being struck, is actually just moved further down on that page. So instead of it being in the first paragraph of 5.1, it's now at the end of the third paragraph. But just to kind of bring up something else, the language that was moved is the exact same language that we've had in our bylaws. However, as you know, a lot of things have changed with technology then. So as you guys are thinking about this and discussing how you might want to amend your bylaws, you may also want to consider the language of that sentence, because it does say that a quorum of the board has to be physically present before any other board member is allowed to participate virtually. And sometimes that may or may not be the case. You know, I don't know how you guys would like to conduct your business in that manner, but that's also just something to think about as you move forward.
Well, and Stacy, to that point, I mean, we're sitting here in the boardroom, we don't have a physical quorum here, but we have a quorum of participation, but not physically. If physically means the body is in the seat with the rest of the board members, we don't even have that right now. So that's language that we need to, because my interpretation of physically present would be if the chair then, and maybe we need to, again, codify this, that's why we're talking about it, clean it up. If someone says to me in contacts or whomever is the chair, hey, guess what, Madam Chairperson, I can't be physically at the meeting, but I'll be calling in, like many of you on the line are doing today, and have gotten permission for me to do so, that's fine. From my point of view, you are present, maybe not physically, but you are present at the meeting. So that's another part of the language that we need to make sure does not, because, you know, lawyers get caught up in words and small details, to quote Don Henley, but we don't want someone to say, well, it wasn't a legal meeting then because they had 5 people in person, but 7 on the line.
Okay, so we want to pull this for further discussion.
I would recommend that we pull it for further discussion and further gentle clarification. And that Mr. Donaldson can get input from board members, particularly from the Rules Committee and anybody on the board with some suggestions and fine tune it a little more so that we can, and again, there's no rush on this, y'all. I mean, we don't need to have it passed by July. I just would like to have it as we start looking forward and scheduling 2023 meetings, having something in place. And you know what? We may do this and then it may not be practical to have a meeting somewhere else. We may end up, but to have this option, not just for me as chair, but for the boards 10 years from now, to have this option, I think it's a good little thing to do. So,
Flexibility.
Yeah.
correct.
And you know, it doesn't hurt, this House Bill 706 was passed in 2011, and Dudgeon and Coleman and England and Kaiser and Dixon were part of this. It doesn't hurt to touch base with them and see about their intent of what this bill was. I mean, we did that with the Dyslexia Rule and found it to be very eye-opening and helpful. So, I'm all.
Right.
All right, we'll pull this. Mr. Donaldson, you have just a little more work to do.
Sounds like this needs to be discussed over a bourbon and a non-form.
I do want to say I appreciate the hard work that Mr. Donaldson's
Thank
put
you,
into
Matt.
this. This is he has been working on this with Stacy for multiple months, and Matt, you put a lot of good work into this, and the fact that we have this and something to work with is wonderful, and I appreciate that.
All right.
Mr. Chair,
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I would ask that all board members be prepared by the July meeting with comment, and then let's try to get something done by August.
Sounds good.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes.
This is Mike Long. Just, I think everybody's on the same page on this, but I will tell you, I've been to 5 different RESAs, and in their neck of the woods, and it is amazing the positive reception when a state board member shows up in any school system or any RESA. So the more we're out in our constituency, I think the better we're going to be. So if we can at least get one a meeting a year, I'm definitely affirmative for that. Thank you.
In addition to the retreat.
Yeah.
All right. Any other discussion on number 12? We've pulled it. We'll get our comments together, and if you have any comments or anything you'd like to add or questions, please get them to Mr. Donaldson so he can contact Stacy Superdrake about any questions that may be coming up. All right, item number 13.
Item number 13 is a request to approve the State Board of Education's model policy for the Protect Students First Act. The model policy for the Protect Students First Act was developed by the State Board to assist schools and local school systems with the complaint resolution process as outlined in House Bill 1084 from the 2022 legislative session. The Official Code of Georgia annotated Section 20-1-11, which was created by House Bill 1084, requires the State Board of Education to promulgate a model policy to assist schools and local school systems with establishing a complaint resolution process that meets statutory requirements. The law requires the promulgation of this model policy by the State Board no later than July 1st, 2022, and the adoption of a complaint resolution policy by local boards of education and the governing bodies of each charter school by August 1, 2022.
All right, comments, questions, concerns? Number 13.
Yep, this is Leonte here. Just curious, does this, as is written, allow true American history to be taught, including topics that are around slavery, etc.?
I'll address that. I mean, when you look at the teaching of history, I would just refer back to our social studies standards. Issues such as slavery, Jim Crow, the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II, the Trail of Tears, the list of what some, I guess, would consider to be controversial. Yes, it is covered. I mean, our expectation is that our teachers will teach our standards. That information is covered, very distinctly within our standards. Again, I would encourage all to look at our social studies standards if there needs to be clarification. And we actually have alternative or other courses, elective courses that deal with various groups, whether it's African American women, Native American studies that can also be enhanced for studies throughout all Georgia public education. So, that should not be an issue as far as teaching, what is brought up in any courses. There's nothing in our standards has changed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benton. Any other comments or questions?
Well, I've got a question. This says State Board of Education, June 15th, Local Board of Education, model policy. I'm missing something here because generally I thought, are we owning this, or is this a ownership with the DOE and with policy? As what I'm trying to say is generally state statute, the administrative work usually would come through Richard Shop, and then the board would look at it and make recommendations or advisement to it or whatever. But this State Board of Education, so I don't see where we're aligned with policy. I know it's a model policy, but generally, are we doing something? We're doing something different here, which I think if we're doing it that way and we've changed the way we do policy, I'd like to know, but I just don't understand why this says State Board of Education, June 15th, and there's no other. I mean, this is policy in the policy department here, administrative duties. So, that's what they do, administrative work. And like I said, can somebody speak to me about that? Okay.
I'm going to defer to Vice Chairman Stan DeJarnett, and I will say this, and I'll let him sort of elaborate. This is a one-off situation being done that way, and I will let him explain a little bit why. And Stan, if you can chime in on the process of how this came about.
I'd be happy to. And thank you for the question, Helen, because this is a one-off, as Chairman Downey said. The legislation calls for the State Board of Education to develop a model policy. The legislation does not call for the State Department of Education to initiate a state board rule on this bill. So this was a little different in terms of the development process and also where we find ourselves today. The State Board of Education was tasked with developing a model policy, and Chairman Downey activated a task force to do that. But it will not result in a state board rule. This is a model for local boards to use in the development of their own local policies.
To provide for,
Does that answer your question?
it answers why you did that, but it still doesn't answer to me, even though it's we have a lot of things that the state board shall do, but generally, the administrative work has come through the DOE with coming back to the board and asking for, hey, what do you think about this? Could you tweak it, make some modifications, revise it, reject it, or whatever? I see it. I've got the bill in front of me where it says to provide for, I can't say that word, promulgation. Well, that means to work or help spread it, and I just find it, I'm glad y'all could do it, but I just find it odd that this is not done through DOE policy. Policy doesn't always have to be a rule. And I understand you're saying it's a first time thing, but I've just never.
But the next part of the sentence also says to provide for guidance to schools and local school systems by the Department of Education.
Yes. To provide for a process. So to me, that opens up, as I've said, state statute, administrative duties here, and the board comes in and works with the DOE in revising, looking through it, rejecting it, whatever. But it doesn't come out as we list State Board of Education, June, I don't know.
Yeah, this is one of those that's written in such a way it puts us in a pickle.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I see what you're doing. I hear you, Stan. We're doing the best we can with what it says to do in this spot. So.
Does that mean to write?
Yes.
No.
Do what?
Yeah. Well, I think if you compare the bill itself with this model policy, I think you'll see that we have replicated the bill almost in its entirety, where the responsibility of the State Board of Education is concerned. There's another section of the bill that pertains to the Professional Standards Commission, and obviously we did not include that part of the bill in this model policy. We included the part that only pertains to the responsibilities of the board and the department, where those responsibilities are concerned. But we have replicated the bill. We tried to add a little bit of language that clarified who people are, who can complain, or who can file an appeal, or how many days. We wanted to make sure that this model would be useful to local boards when they develop their own policies, because they are under a deadline as well, and I'm sure you're aware of that. Our deadline is July 1, and we're trying to meet that deadline. Local boards are required to have a policy in place, I believe, in August.
All right.
Yep.
I looked up, and I can't say this word. I don't know. Promulgation. The act of making a law or decree known or formally putting it into effect by public declaration. Upon adoption, signing, and promulgations of these provisions in the established procedures, they acquire the power of law. The act of publicly teaching or setting forth an idea or doctrine. And that's what it asks us to do. I think what you did looks good, and I understand where you're going with this. I just think that we're missing something with here in policy, that is part of their state statute, is the administrative duties of this, and it should have been collaborated more, and with these other agencies too, but with the, so that's all I gotta say. I mean, I see, you've done a great job, I'm not saying that, But it doesn't necessarily say that
It
state
veers
board shall
away
write. Yeah,
from what we've historically
yeah,
done.
it's a way, yeah, it's a different way of doing it.
Helen, they moved your cheese and you don't like it.
No, yeah, well,
And what you're saying
no,
is
I
correct.
just question, I mean, it,
No, it's
puts-
valid, I mean, and that's why I said it's a one-off.
yeah, it is, I understand that.
There is not the intent for this to be the way that we do things, but this is a very unique piece of legislation which puts unique duties upon us that have never been put upon us
Oh, yeah, I
before.
see a lot of duties of
Yeah.
them. I understand,
Well,
I'm just saying it,
Yeah.
But I
feels a little odd.
understand.
Okay.
Well, again, and just looking at it, the legislation, or at least the policy, does follow the law. If you look at it, it's, I mean, the law is very specific as far as steps, so.
Oh, yeah, we
so
did a good
there-
job of aligning
But
everything, I'm not saying
But
that.
I would say it is not necessarily truly unheard of the role and again, what is being asked of the state board.
Okay,
Again, I go back to, with the chief turnaround office. Again, that was an issue that I talked about. Again, they were very clear that that was not to be the purview of the Department of Education. And again, that fell under. So again, I could, this, I think to the point of the chair, is more of an exception than the rule.
I understand.
And I think that, again, with all this legislation that's coming up, I mean, if there is something that needs to be tweaked or come back and revisited, then, you know, we can definitely work on doing that. Right now, some of this is definitely uncharted territory, but thankfully, again, as I mentioned, the law is very specific about the steps, what takes place. Again, the complaint, or at least the issuance of a concern, how that is handled, and the steps that progress its way up to the state board as well. So, you know, I think with all things considered, you know, it was a good policy based on what was given to us in law and what the intent was there. So, you know, I believe the board has done a good job in putting together a package that we can all live with.
Well, I want to give a shout out. I did task Ms. Petty and Mr. DeJarnett with this, and they formed a task force that worked on this as best, with what we were given, as best as they could. And I appreciate that. I know we are under time constraints with this, and so the intent was not to limit input on this, but with the time constraints, we had to do the best with what we were given. And when you look at the policy, and I saw it in its final format, it literally, I don't want to say, you hate to use the phrase cut and paste, but it literally is the language of the legislation as it applies to us, as the board. And what is very interesting about this is, and there are plenty of pieces of legislation that say, the board shall do this. This piece of legislation really puts everything on us as a board. I mean, it doesn't even, I don't say it doesn't mention the department, it does. There are other, as you said, administrative duties within that, but it really put it on us, on the board. And so we
Exercising
had,
discretion, I understand.
and we were given such a short window to be able to work with this, especially with giving guidance to the local systems that need this guidance from us. And so I'm proud of what the task force has been able to do. I'm glad that we have a finished product. And we will find out, this is a work in progress, and it will continue to be a work in progress because I'm sure there will be hiccups. And we'll find out very quickly what the hiccups are, and we'll deal with them as we can. But it's one of those things, you know, you could kick the can down the road, and we decided to pick it up this time. And so that's what we're having.
What
And I know,
you did was wrong.
no, and I understand that. I wanted to give some context. I understand where you're coming from completely. And I wanted to let you know why it was handled this way. But that this is not the way we normally do business. And this is a one-off.
I mean, I think they did a great job, I said that several times.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes, yeah, Madam Chair and Mr. Chairman Downey, if the question is, was the staff left in the dark on this development process, I think that Ms. Taylor can, and Ms. Suber Drake will agree with me that the staff was not left in the dark on this. We worked with them in terms of the development, the formatting, and all of that. I also would like to point out that in the legislation, the DOE will be asked and required to develop guidance on this policy. So we will continue to collaborate with staff in the development of the guidance that goes along with this model policy.
That wasn't the question. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. DeJarnett.
Madam Chair, I have a question, and this, I guess, is more in regards to procedure, because there's an appeals process where hearings would need to be conducted by the State Board of Education. So with regard to notice, for example, who is notified? Is the chairperson notified? Is the superintendent, is her secretary notified? Is her council notified for these appeals? How is that process working out? And then secondly, would these appeals be conducted before the board as a whole or a portion of the board? I mean, is there a committee that would be established for these hearings? Those are some procedural things that we need to be thinking about and discussing as well.
I agree, and I have been discussing those with, let me put it this way, I will just be very frank, I'm inclined to create a new committee related to this, but I have not decided exactly the best way to, I mean, again, we're in uncharted waters here, so I want to make sure that we follow the law, we do what is fair to the local systems and to the students and the stakeholders. So again, this is a work in progress, but the other aspect of that, which has not been lost on me as an attorney, is how do you give the notice? It doesn't specify, is it by certified mail, is it statutory, is it just a letter, is it a phone call, is it an email? Who does it come to? Does it come to superintendent, does it come to me as the chair? Can it just be to you as a board member? And so these are again things that we're gonna have to work through. Unfortunately, when a law is ambiguous, it's usually, as we all know, inclined to be most favorable to someone who files a notice in that regard. So we just all need to be very diligent as this policy rolls out, that if you get anything at all that could tangentially be related to some sort of complaint process as individual board members, immediately notify our council and let's handle this until we get some more guidance and figure out as we work through this how best to sort of mainstream. Because right now it's like pasta thrown on the wall and everything's sticking.
And then absent, the legislative particulars, it may be in our interest with regard to the process to adopt a rule that would address, the procedures and the steps.
Right. To the extent that it does not, contradict or limit the law itself. I agree 100%, and that's something. Again, as we continue to evolve what we're doing, I think we do need to have that. We need to let it be known, well, within the confines of what that law is, now we're saying, all right, we're the one handling that part of it. Here's how you get it to us. Here's how you put us on notice. And in that regard, I think what makes the most sense is that the chair would receive the notice, or the superintendent as the secretary of the board, who would then let us know, I've got this complaint, you all need to take action as prescribed by the law and the policy.
And I'm not expecting this, but this stuff is effective, I think, August 1. So, God help us if we would have an appeal on August 2.
August 2. Well, okay. You never know.
Y'all probably discussed this in your committee. I'm sure that we're working on this, and you said Tiffany was involved. I mean, what were y'all's thoughts as you were looking at all these things because you got to get back with DOE, working with this group, but we're in charge of overseeing. So give us some insight into y'all's thoughts.
Dr. DeJarnett?
Would you, Helen, would you mind asking the question again? I want to make sure I heard it clearly.
Well, as we were talking about these procedures and different things that the board shall do and DOE shall do and how it comes into the local systems, I said, y'all probably, based on what we've heard with the way you wrote this, you probably had conversation within your group about this. Can you kind of tell us what you were thinking as you were going on? You said you worked with Tiffany on this, so where were y'all thinking that these might go? I think Jason probably hit it right as far as where it needs to end up, but what were y'all thinking? as you were moving towards this?
Regarding the appeals process,
Yes, the appeals, things that are asked of us and things that are asked with the board and things that are going to the local school systems.
right. Well, the conversation when we were looking at developing this policy, we wanted to make sure that it was clear in terms of what the responsibility was at the local level by the board, the local board, the superintendent, the school administrator, as such. We want to make sure that there were some clear boundaries and clear protocols in place for what they should do if they received a complaint or if they received an appeal subsequently. When it gets to the State Board of Education, other than what the language says in section C9 and C8, the appeal comes to the Georgia State Board of Education, and I think probably the subsequent guidance that will be initiated after this will attempt to answer the questions that you've raised and the comments that Chairman Downey's made. It's the chair's decision to decide if there will be a separate committee for this. We will have to make that decision. We also want to clarify who shall receive the appeal if the decision of a local board is being appealed. I think all of that will be answered in the guidance, I think, but the conversation that we were looking at was not specifically who on the board or who within the board as a subset of the state board will hear these appeals. It was more about, is the process for appealing clear so that local boards and local administrators, local superintendents, and a complainant who files a complaint, that they clearly know what the next step in the process is and to whom they should make this appeal. So we wanted to make sure that the process was clear, but there are some unanswered questions that I just highlighted and you've raised that we're going to have to answer as we're developing our guidance. Okay. And I think we'll have to do that as at the request of the chair. And if a committee is where this ends up, then that's a decision that will be made collaboratively, I believe, but it has to be recommended by the chair.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions about number 13? Yes. Mr. Downey, or excuse me, Swing.
Come on, I'm better
I'm
looking
sorry,
at him.
I'm sorry.
Tiffany, on the last section E1, it appears that there's a single quotation mark. I don't know if one is missing or if that is in order, so.
Okay.
See that?
We'll get that updated.
Scott, that's thinking like a lawyer there. That's pretty good.
Commas matter.
I'm telling you.
Contracts matter. He reads contracts. All right, does anyone have any other questions or comments? Anyone have a problem moving this to the consent agenda? We plan to move this to the consent agenda tomorrow. All right, anything else for the good of the Rules Committee? Just an update, we will be, the Dyslexia Rule, we do plan to bring that in July. Is that still on?
That is the goal.
It's the go.
I believe there was a presentation on dyslexia that you requested, Ms.
No,
Rice?
that was for last month, but I'm glad.
Oh, no, no, there was a request for a presentation from Jennifer.
Yeah, on
Lindstrom.
Thursday,
I thought it was today at Rules. I think she was prepared to present today.
Thursday, yeah. Yeah.
Okay, we'll be ready tomorrow.
All right. Anything else for the good of the committee? No, we stand adjourned.
All right. We'll go ahead and jump right into, Mr. Sweeney, if you're ready for your committee, District Flexibility and Charter Schools. There are some members attending online. Just want to confirm that you have a quorum. Well, they were attending online.
Chairman Downey.
Yes.
If I can get 5 minutes to get a drink of water, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. I'll tell you what, let's recess for 5 minutes and then, just when you can make sure you get your form and we can. I can go get coffee.
Mr. Dan.
Yes, ma'am. Didn't I agree? Thank you. I agree.
We all accept. You guys have to fall back in the next.
Yeah,
I will turn it over to Mr. Sweeney as chair of Charter Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee does have a quorum, and so we will proceed with the District Flexibility and Charter Schools Committee items, beginning with item number 1, presented by Ms. Taylor.
Item number 1 is a request to amend the charter school contract for Suzy King Taylor Community School. Suzy King Taylor Community School seeks to amend its charter by adding 2 years to its charter term. The school's mission is to cultivate a vibrant, academically challenging learning community that celebrates each individual's gifts and instills in students a sense of stewardship as global citizens. Suzy King Taylor seeks to extend its charter term in order to address and complete academic and organizational goals. Suzy King Taylor, which is finishing its first term or working through its first term, serves approximately 336 students in grades K through 8. The charter amendment was approved by the Savannah-Chatham County Board of Education on November 4, 2021. If approved, Suzy King Taylor's contract would expire on June 30th, 2024.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Do we have representatives from the Suzy King Taylor Community School?
Not this morning.
All right. Does anyone have any questions or comments with regard to this petition? Hearing none, is there any objection to moving this to the consent agenda? Hearing none, we'll move it to consent. Item number 2, please, Ms. Taylor.
Item number 2 is a request to renew the charter contract for Chattahoochee Hills Charter School. The Fulton County Board of Education approved the Chattahoochee Hills Charter School's charter petition for a 4-year term on January 20th, 2022. Chattahoochee Hills seeks to inspire scholars to the highest levels of academic achievement through a rigorous curriculum that integrates the wonders of the natural world. Chattahoochee Hills will focus on the STEAM model, enhanced by its tri-focus, agriculture, art, and the environment, as part of its essential and innovative features, and will serve approximately 540 students in grades kindergarten through 8. Enrollment will be open to any student residing in Fulton County School District. The Charter Advisory Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of Chattahoochee Hills Charter School for a 4-year term. If approved, Chattahoochee Hills Charter School's new contract would begin July 1st, 2022 and expire on June 30th, 2026. We do have on the line Mr. Patrick Muhammad, Executive Director of Chattahoochee Hills Charter virtually, as well as Ms. Andrea Cooper-Gatewood, Charter Schools Coordinator for Fulton County Schools.
Terrific. Thank you, Ms. Taylor. We would love to hear from the Chattahoochee Hills Charter School representatives. Share a little bit with us about your school, and we'll take it from there.
Greetings, board, and thank you for allowing us to be here. I'm here with my leadership team, and we are excited about this opportunity to continue to wow the children in Fulton County. We believe that Chattahoochee Hills is a diamond in the woods, and at our school, we are helping to facilitate the growth of the young minds of Georgia. So if you've never visited, this is an open invitation to visit us right here in South Fulton. And our focus, our tri-focus, which is sustainable agriculture, making sure everyone knows about how important agriculture is to the development of all of us, and appreciation of the arts, so they know what's the benefit of being exposed to art and art appreciation, and then environmental sustainability. We have to stay on this planet because right now we don't know of another that we can go to and inhabit. So as we work on that, we hope that we continue to inspire the next generation. And again, thank you so much on behalf of the 540 plus students and families and our staff for this opportunity to continue at Chattahoochee Hills Charter School.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for the petitioners? All right. Is there any other further comments from your team at Chattahoochee Hills?
Not at the time.
All right. Without objection, can we move this to the consent agenda? All right. So moved. Thank you very much for your participation today, and good luck. Thank you for what you do for students.
Thank you all again. Thank you all.
Ms. Taylor, item number 3, please.
Item number 3 is a charter school renewal for Hateville Charter Career Academy. The Fulton County Board of Education approved the Hateville Career Charter Academy's Hateville's charter petition on February 17th, 2022. Hateville seeks to provide a challenging and encouraging learning environment which substantially prepares each student for post-secondary plans and the workplace. Hateville will focus on aviation and their avionics program, dual enrollment, advanced placement, and cloud computing pathways as part of its essential and innovative features, and will serve approximately 703 students in grades 9 through 12. Enrollment will be open to any student within the Fulton County School District. The Charter Advisory Committee voted unanimously to recommend approval of Hateville Charter Career Academy for a 3-year term. If approved, Hateville Charter Career Academy's new contract would begin July 1st, 2022, and expire on June 30th, 2025. I believe we have on hand Mr. Mike Ramos, Executive Director of Hateville Charter Career Academy, in person, and virtually there are members of the governing board of Hateville Charter Career Academy, as well as, again, Ms. Andrea Cooper-Gatewood, the Charter Schools Coordinator for Fulton County Schools.
Terrific, thank you. Are they going to make a presentation here?
Mr. Ramos, would you like to speak?
I'm so glad they're here.
Thank you, board members. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity to present today for our renewal. We are serving over 700 students now, faculty and staff. There's another 75 or 80 as we close in this year and move into the following year. We are concentrating on the development and continuing expansion of our Ctae programs and in continued partnerships with the Atlanta Technical College and Georgia Military College. We have quite a intensive plan to increase our dual enrollment programs to offer our students the opportunity to gain those college credits, if not their associate's degree before graduation. This year, for example, we had 6 of our 130 graduates receiving their associate's degree and another 7 a certificate of under the Workforce Development Program that are job ready. So we look to expand that opportunity, and we look forward to your support, and thank you for your support.
Anybody have any questions? All right, is there any other members of your team that were going to make any comments or?
Yeah, sure, Mr. Valero. Mr. Valero is our board secretary, and we've got a few of the board members online. I'm not sure if they wanted to make any comments.
Or do any board members have any questions? All right, I have a question with regarding the aviation pathway.
Yes.
Are you tied into activities at the Atlanta airport, and are the students performing any internships?
Actually, we do. We had 2, the Atlanta airport, Hartsfield-Jackson Airport had interviews this summer for internships for students, juniors and seniors. We sent 6 students over. 2 of our students were selected for that internship. Our program itself is more tied into the Atlanta Technical College program and aviation field to allow our students the opportunity to seek that field.
All right, I don't have any further questions. Anybody else? All right, having none, does anybody have any objections to moving this to the consent agenda? All right, we'll move this to the consent agenda for tomorrow. Thank you very much. All right, thank you for what you do.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor, item number 4, please.
Item number 4, request for the affirmation of approvals by the State Charter Schools Commission. On April 27, 2022 and May 25, 2022, the State Charter Schools Commission met to consider petitions for state charter school renewals. The commission voted to grant charter contracts to the following schools: Atlanta Heights Charter Schools for a charter term of 5 years, which is grades K-8 charter schools with an attended zone in Atlanta Public Schools, and the Georgia School for the Innovation and the Classics at Augusta for 5 years for grades K through 8, statewide attended zone. Under the official code of Georgia annotated section 20-2-2083, the State Board may overrule the Commission's approval of new or renewed state charter schools within 60 days of the Commission's decision upon a majority vote by the State Board members. Rather than leave open for 60 days the question of whether the State Board will overrule the Commission's approval of a new or renewed state charter, the practice of the State Board since 2013 has been to formally affirm or overrule all new or renewed state charters.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Is there any objection to moving this to the consent agenda? All right, we'll move this to the consent agenda. And Mr. Chair, that concludes the business affairs of the District Flexibility and Charter School Committee.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I have just maybe a question. I don't know if this is the.
Is it
It's
business
related,
related?
it's related
Okay.
to charter.
Certainly.
Because I know we might be discussing it in an executive session potentially because of potential or pending alleged lawsuit. But back to our museum school discussion last week, I wanted to mention, or bring up that there were two just really items of information. I don't know if they'd bring forward a motion for reconsideration or not, or what we need to do. But we were given inaccurate information during our public debate on two issues that were soundly debated and discussed during our public hearing on museum. One being on Robert's rules, as you know, our bylaws, which we discussed, 7.1 says we use Robert rules. And it came up during a tie vote, which we tied 7-7. Robert's rules is very clear that it is a failed amendment, a failed motion. A tie vote is a failed motion. And when we discussed it, that was brought up. I mean, it was, we were given information that was not the case. And that is clearly the case under Robert's rules, that a tie vote is a failed motion. So the motion under Robert's rules failed. And then also some of the code section that was referenced, and I think used to help persuade members' votes, was applicable to startup charters and not renewal charters. So some of the code that was there and we debated and was used for information and given to members and read over and over is specifically related to startup charters and not renewal charters. And then there's other code section that with relation to renewal charters that was not discussed during our debate on that ahead of our vote. So we're in uncharted territory last time. It's the first time in my 12 years we've ever had a tie vote into it, but it's also, I think, the first time that I know when we deliberated that we had just, by no one's intent, but factually inaccurate information used in the deliberation process. So I don't know, we'll be discussing that or what. I don't know where the charter school, the SCSC committee is on that. I know we've got Lauren here. I don't know if where it's at. I guess I don't want to put anybody on the spot right now with that, but we've got some issues regarding that. So while we're in charter school committee, I didn't know if that's anything we need to address now or.
Well, I'm not arguing your points, but the committee made a recommendation initially that the board consider the charter for approval. So the committee's work is done there.
Okay.
All right, and so Mr. Downey and I have had conversation with regard to proceeding. I know he's deliberating as to really what the next steps will be because the matter is before the full board.
Okay. But I'm not gonna keep calling meetings and have 7 votes. So, this is when the sausages continue to get made, for lack of a better phrase, but I'm not gonna continue to embarrass this board.
Sure.
By continuing to call meetings with 7 votes. So, we are going to have to, in the best interest of everyone, put our heads together. But as far as, Mr. Sweeney's correct, as far as this being a charter committee issue, it no longer is. This is a board as a whole issue that we will continue to work on. Mr. Sweeney and I discussed this just yesterday about if we needed to have this as part of the agenda. I feel very strongly, as I've made it very clear, I don't want anyone to accuse me of setting up a meeting time where 2 people or 3 people are missing to cook the vote. I have been very clear, I will not, and I will recess a meeting until I have 14 people voting on this. And so I'm trying to figure out what the best course of action is, but to Mr. Sweeney's point, this no longer is a charter committee issue. It has become now a board of the whole issue. And there will be some guidance moving forward as far as what we're gonna do next, because we gotta do something.
Yeah. Well, we have a failed motion right now under
Correct.
Robert's rules. So
We do.
twice. Okay. All right.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
May I ask a question concerning charter schools? We used to get a pipeline listing of the schools from the time that they applied with their charter contract all the way until they came to us for approval or denial. Yeah. Ms. Taylor, could you tell me if the pipeline is still available, and if so, could you send that out to us, even if it's electronically, so we will have an idea of what schools have submitted a contract for approval and what process that they've gone through until they get before us? I would appreciate that, just to give us a heads up.
You bring up a good point, Ms. Kennemore and Ms. Taylor. Is there like a dashboard or something that board members could log into to see that information?
There's not a dashboard, but we can go ahead and give you the pipeline report. We are working on a dashboard for charter schools that's in draft form that we hope to have available in the next few weeks or a couple of months, that our IT team has been working on, knowing that there's been lots of questions about, charter schools and their progress and where they are.
That'll be a great enhancement.
Thank you.
Mr. Swain, does that conclude the business of
It does,
charter
Mr.
committee?
Chair.
All right, thank you. At this time, it appears that we have a need to go into executive session. Do I have a motion reflecting as such?
We need to state the purpose. Sir, I make the motion that we adjourn to executive session to discuss legal personnel matters. Are there any appeals?
I can do, do we have any appeals?
Yes,
Go ahead.
there are
Go
some
ahead, throw it
appeals.
in.
Okay, and appeals as well.
And appeals, I don't imagine there's any real estate.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so I make a motion that we adjourn to executive session to discuss personnel, legal, and appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. A second from Ms. Kenmore. Any objection? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. All right, we will now go into executive session. We have budget scheduled for 12:15. We may be about 15 or 20 minutes behind. We will try to get on time for budget, but it's looking like it'll probably be 12:30, just to give everybody a heads up. So, thank you.
Is there some button I've hit?
Listen, we're waiting on a few more board members, but we can hear your all's conversation in the boardroom.
I know. I was asking a question. That's okay. Thank
Just
you.
want to let you know.
Make sure you're not going someplace.
I always assume that microphones are live.
Mark?
All right, we will, at this time, entertain a motion to come out of executive session. Mr. Sweeney moves. Second. Ms. Petty. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We're now out of executive session. We will now move on to Budget Committee meeting, which was originally scheduled for 12:15. We are running a few minutes behind. And Mr. Donaldson, do you have a quorum for your Budget Committee?
I'll be calling roll for the Budget Committee meeting.
Okay, sir.
The
Floor is yours.
Mr. Frank Griffin.
I am present.
Mr. Downey, you are present. Mr. Sweeney.
Present.
Ms. Zoller.
Present.
And Mr. Roy.
Present.
There is a quorum of the Budget Committee. We will get started. Russ, take it away. Item 1.
All right. We'll get item 1 going. Contract renewal for access for ELLs 2.0 to provide for printing, distribution, administration, scoring, reporting of the access for ELLs 2.0 for Georgia students grades K through 12. The total contract amount is not to exceed $4,530,679.
Any questions or comments? Hearing none, item 2.
All right, this is another contract renewal for Lexile measures. The purpose of this contract is to provide a Lexile score for each student receiving a scale score on the Georgia Milestones English Language Arts assessment during the 2022-2023 school year. This total contract amount is not to exceed $500,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 3.
This is our FY23 Georgia Network of Educational and Therapeutic Support Allocations, GNETs. This purpose of this grant is to assist the 24 GNETs with meeting the needs of the students with disabilities as determined by their IEPs, assist students with transitioning to less restrictive environments, and improve students' academic outcomes and behavioral skills. This total grant amount is not to exceed $59,078,107.
Any questions or comments? Item 4.
This is our FY23 Georgia Network of Educational and Therapeutic Supports, the GNET's American Rescue Plan allocations. These funds will be allocated for the specific purpose providing licensed clinical staff for the 24 GNET's programs. This total grant amount is not to exceed $1,500,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 5.
This is our 5-year local facilities plan, which is required that the State Board of Education approve all 5-year local facility plans for local school systems to be able to participate in the state capital outlay program. The listed school systems have completed a new 5-year plan as required by law.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question concerning Druid Hill High School. Will we continually get updates on the facility of everything corrections that are happening at Druid Hills High School? It's mentioned here in this board item as well.
Yes, and I've got Mr. Schofield here. We can provide those if you want to give a quick update.
I will. Thank you. Just a quick update on, I guess, DeKalb County's plan and where we are with Druid Hills. We've worked closely with that group. There was a corrective action plan in place. We also have a liaison that will be working with DeKalb County, Dr. Tansy Kilcrease. She's probably got a more updated idea because she's been meeting with that staff over the past few weeks. So if you don't mind, I'll allow her to kind of update us on where we are. But we've worked closely with that staff since all this was discovered, and we've been moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Tansy Kilcrease.
Dr. Gilchrist, thank
Well, good afternoon, board members. Thank you for the opportunity. The first thing I would like to say is that it's been a
great pleasure working with Mr. Schofield and the Department of Education's facility team, as well as the DeKalb County's facility team and the interim superintendent, Dr. Tinsley. She's been very receptive, very responsive, and we've been able to work collaboratively. So just to give you just a quick brief highlights from the Corrective Action Plan, as of June the 10th, more than 60% of the documented maintenance and repair needs have been completed. They're moving along right on target, and the remaining needs are being addressed through contracted and managed services. As of May the 6th, there has been an indoor air quality test that found no visible mold growth with the Druid Hills High School facility, and on May the 16th, there was an additional inspection that was conducted by the fire marshal, and all prior violations were corrected. The DeKalb County School District has included the modernization of Druid Hills High School facilities within their 5-year plan, and as of May 31st, Dr. Tinsley has given their Board of Education 2 updates, one on May the 31st and June the 6th, and also their board approved a resolution to modernize Druid Hills High School. And the thing that I'm very excited about is that the DeKalb Facilities team has developed a custodial standards operating procedure manual that is really going to provide the consistency that is needed for effective practices across all facilities in DeKalb County.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yes, ma'am.
Very good, thank you. Any further comments? Item 6.
This is a contract renewal with the United States Department of Agriculture, USDA, warehouse and delivery with the Cooperative Purchasing Agency. This is to obtain pricing for warehousing and delivery of USDA foods to Georgia school food authorities. The total contract amount is not to exceed $412,845.30.
Any questions or comments? Item 7.
This is the same as item 6. This is another contract renewal with the USDA for warehouse and delivery agreements. This one is for $2,546,468.26.
Very good. Any questions or comments?
May I ask a question? Where are the warehouses located?
Man, I believe we've got them on, there's different regions. I think there's 4 of them now. Is Lynette on here?
4.
I believe
4
there's
regions? How many regions? 4?
I want to say 4. She's here. This is 3 of them, and I believe the other one's for 1 region.
Okay.
The West region. So
Okay.
I can get you that exact number.
Okay, thank you.
All right, item 8.
All right, this is a contract renewal with Voices for Georgia's Children. This is needed to provide ongoing administration of the competitive grant process for the American Rescue Plan, summer enrichment and after-school program funds. This contract amount is not to exceed $1,611,720.
Any questions or comments? Item 9.
All right, this is a contract renewal for FY23 communities and schools in Georgia. This is to fund and support affiliates implementing the communities and schools model for dropout prevention and recovery. This total contract amount is not to exceed $1,428,100.
Any questions or comments? Item 10.
This is a FY23 graduate ready to attain success in post-secondary, the GRASP program grants. This is to provide selected high schools with funding for 1 additional counselor to support a specific and limited caseload of at-risk students in achieving academic, personal, and career development success. The total grant amount is not to exceed $800,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 11.
This is our FY23 Title I Part A 103 School Improvement Grants. The purpose of this grant is to provide financial resources to LEAs with schools federally identified as targeted support and improvement and comprehensive support and improvement. This total grant amount is not to exceed $29,780,000.
Any questions or comments?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just a quick question. I was looking at the budget history of this, and from fiscal year 20, it was at 25.8 million. 21, it went to 18.7. Now at 22 is 24.7 million. Now we've got a significant bump in It's almost like an additional $5 million. Is that, where does the additional funding come from?
Good afternoon. The additional funding came from each federally identified school is going to get an additional $25,000 because our portion of the Title I budget, we're a subgrant of Title I Part A, and there was an increase in that budget on the federal side, so our percentage increased. So we wanted to make sure that we got the funds out to the LEAs.
Right. Is that kind of, do you think this is a one-time thing, or do you think that's going to be sustainable going forward?
I don't know.
Crystal ball.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of an increase each year, and so we're trying to be responsive to that in terms of making sure that those funds go directly out to the school districts to support their schools.
So it's mostly coming from the federal side?
Yes.
All right. Well, the funding is needed, and you know, with gratitude, I think it'll sail through. I just want to know where the additional funding came through.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitney. Any further questions? Item 12.
This is our FY23 RESA supplemental grant to provide state and federal funds to RESAs for school improvement specialists, education technology services, mathematics mentors, English language arts specialists, school climate specialists, wraparound coordinators, academic recovery specialists, the Growing Readers Program, and a school improvement resource design project manager. This total grant amount is not to exceed $18,079,618.
Very good. Any questions or comments?
May I ask a question? How the allocations, how are they divided up between the RESAs? Is it by percentage, or is it by population, demographics, or what?
That Matt could help me with this. There's a formula that they use to identify, it's a pretty complex formula that's completed. I don't know if you want to share any additional information.
Matt to the rescue. In simple terms.
I'm pretty sure probably knows it better than I do, but there's a formula portion and then there's the staff position portion. And you'll notice those are the same, but the formula portion takes into account FTEs, geography, number of school districts, number of students, and there's a lot of things that the formula takes into account, and then the legislature funds it based on that formula.
Thank you.
When they get the money, when they get the grant, can they have flexibility with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's flexible. Even though those are outlined specifically for
Yeah.
those things, it's still
Okay,
Yep.
that's good. Thank you.
Any other questions? Item 13.
All right, this is our FY23 Ctae Agricultural Education Resource Network. This is to support professional learning and resources to improve Ctae core indicators at the local level. This total contract amount is not to exceed $1,526,096.
Any questions or comments? Item 14.
This is our contract with Georgia Career and Technical Student Organizations, CTSO. And the purpose of this contract is to increase opportunities and accessibility to CTSOs and CTAE programming for Georgia students. The total contract amount is not to exceed $433,764.
And those are
Any
monitored.
questions?
Those are monitored right through Dr. Wall's shop.
Yes.
Those different.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions? Item 15.
This is our contract with U-Science. Purpose of this contract is to provide students with access to opportunities for career development from middle school through post-secondary. The total contract amount is not to exceed $493,060.
Any questions?
Can I just plead to every board member to talk in your districts about U-Science? It is free, it is paid for, and it absolutely gives students an idea of the aptitude and the work area that they can be successful in, and it's a broad picture. It lasts for 10 years, and there are counselors that they can call, and if you and I had to do it personally, it would be thousands of dollars. to get that same kind of work. I think you've experienced it, haven't
I
you?
use it at my school, I've seen
Yes.
it.
And we have, but people are not using it like they should, and we have so many pathways now, and kids have to declare a pathway. How great would this be if we could all really support that and get in your districts to make sure that all our kids have a chance to take it, because it's a lifetime tool. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Item 16.
This is a contract with Z Labs, Inc. The purpose is to obtain services and produces related to the provision of SCUDA for the Georgia School Counselors. SCUDA is a web-based application that allows counselors to track and manage their workload. This total contract amount is not to exceed $695,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 17.
All right, this is our FY23 grant, our agricultural education grants. These are to provide funds for appropriated by the General Assembly for the enrichment and educational experiences of integral agricultural education programs through the local school system. The total grant amount is not to exceed $12,794,131.
Very good. Any questions or comments? Item 18.
These are our FY23 agricultural equipment grants to support workforce readiness skills and allow LEAs to provide instructions with industry standard equipment in all pathways. This total grant amount is not to exceed $4,241,990.
Any questions or comments? Item 19.
This is our architecture and construction essential workforce grant to provide funding to support the enhancement of Ctae programs that are currently certified or are in the process of achieving industry certification. This total grant amount is not to exceed $1 million.
Any questions or comments? Item 20.
This is our FY23 construction-related equipment grants for career technical and agricultural education, Ctae. These grants provide supplemental financial support for the key career and technical area of construction-related equipment for use in new or newly modified Ctae lab facilities. This total grant amount is not to exceed $7,071,960.
Any questions or comments?
How are the allocation of funds carried out there between the different CTE programs for construction?
I'll let David come explain that.
Hello. When the school system is either renovating or building a new lab, they identify that lab and they go into the consolidated application and they apply for grant, equipment grant for that particular lab. We have a sliding scale based on the program to determine the dollar amount for each one. They submit their plans to the facilities division and our division to review. And so they identify the lab ahead of time. We do all the approval up front, provide the list to the General Assembly and the OPB for approval.
Let me, so with Dooley County, would that be like their canning plant?
Yes, that particular item for Dooley County, $175,000, that was specifically added by the legislature in FY22. They have not built that facility. This is rolling that money from 22 over to 23.
Right, okay.
Thank you.
That was actually one of my questions.
Any other questions?
Wait a minute.
Matt, just a moment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. With regard to this, is this tied in any way to like the capital outlay programs, or is this completely independent of capital outlay?
This is a bond money, so it is separate from the capital outlay, a specific line item in the legislature in the bond package specifically for agriculture and vocational equipment.
And has history shown that there is a remaining balance at the conclusion of the fiscal year? Are these funds ever fully expended?
These are 5-year bonds, and so at the end of the year, we take the request for, like right now, we are providing a request for FY24. As we get closer to the legislative session starting, we'll find out the amount that's going to be left. We deduct that from the FY24 ask, so that the legislature only funds what we need based on the amount that's left over. So we deduct that. We try not to carry a balance.
It seems that it would be incumbent upon CTAE programs to kind of get first in line for lining up for these funds.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions? 21.
All right, this is our FY23 heavy equipment grant to provide assistance for program improvement for CTAE instruction and student support in local school systems. This total grant amount is $1,600,000, not to exceed.
Any questions? 22.
All right, this is our FY23 federal high school program grants for CTAE. These funds to LEAs that meet the size, scope, quality requirements through a formula-based grant to provide professional development and resources to support local CTAE programs. This grant contract is not to exceed $21,106,212.
Any questions or comments?
There is
23.
One moment.
No, there is a formula for those Perkins grants, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm assuming, does everybody know how that works? Guys? I guess
Ms. Rice, who's the question for?
all of the board members, are we aware of all the Perkins, how that works?
I know what I need to know.
Okay, all right, sounds good.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments? 23.
This is our FY23 state high school program grants for CTAE. These are provided to local systems to complement and support their use of federal funds. Their total grant amount is not to exceed $15,830,321.
Any questions or comments? 24.
Yeah, this is our contract with the College Board of Advanced Placement. This is to obtain services and products related to the provisions of AP exams for low-income and AP STEM students for May 2023. This total contract amount is not to exceed $3,734,130.
Any questions or comments?
Is there an estimated number that they think of students that may be needing this funding for AP exams?
Yeah, I think
Have
the
any-
next, what was it, one of the future items has we have to adjust it every year. Normally we come back with an amended amount after
But
they
I know you
take the
pay
exam.
for only the scored tests. We pay for the scored tests. So I was just wondering, is there an estimate of the number of students?
Yeah, we
Because
can-
you have to have some type of base number to go by. I was just wondering.
I believe this base has been the same base from the legislature for
Okay.
several years, and we've kind of adjusted it.
Oh,
at
it hasn't
midterm.
adjusted, okay.
Yeah, my knowledge, it hasn't
No
changed.
adjustment? Mhm. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Item 25.
All right, this is a contract College Board PSAT and MSQT to ensure that each 10th grader enrolled in Georgia Public High School has access to the fall 2022 PSAT and MSQT exam. Total contract amount is not to exceed $1,190,000.
Any questions or comments? Item 26. Yes, sir, Mr. Sweeney.
Mr. Chair, I have a question, and this may be a little outside the realm of budget, but I know that PSAT is kind of like that preliminary test. Are we, because colleges are beginning to waive the SAT or even the ACT as a college entrance requirement, are we seeing any decline in, the number of people that are going the ACT or ACT or SAT testing route?
I don't think the finance is declining, say that. No, for us,
Yeah,
no.
maybe in general, if we could find out from DOE on that. It's more of a curiosity. I don't expect you to have an answer on that right now.
Allison is.
We haven't seen any decline in testing groups.
No decline?
No, not yet.
All right.
Any other questions? 26.
All right, this is a contract with the Southern Regional Education Board. This contract is to provide targeted support for 4 systems that have been identified as having a leader retention rate less than or equal to 85% in at least 3 of the last 5 years. Total contract amount is not to exceed $65,840.
Any questions or comments? Please note item 26 will not be put on the consent agenda and we pull for a separate vote due to a conflict. Board member conflict. Any other questions? Item 27.
This is a contract amendment with the American Association of Adapted Sports Programs. This contract is to provide opportunities for students with physical disabilities to participate in wheelchair team sports. The amount of the amendment is $388,259, which brings the total contract amount not to exceed $538,259.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I have a question. Do you have to know what schools or what school districts have these wheelchair athletic events? I've seen the wheelchair basketball. I mean, it's exciting, and I would love to be able to go to some more of those games if I knew what area or what districts they were located in.
Great. Can someone get that information to Ms. Kennemore?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Ethan James with the 159 Public Affairs, and I represent AAASP. I can get those exact details for you, but I will tell you that every school system is eligible for that, and we are, of course, always looking to expand this program.
Yeah, it's so exciting. I love to watch it. I mean,
It's a lot of fun.
It's phenomenal, the things that they are able to do in those wheelchairs.
Yeah, I saw the wheelchair basketball program at the state championships down in Macon. Best game I've ever seen.
Okay, I'll give you my card if you can send me some of that information. I would appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Very good. Any other questions? Item 28.
Yep, this is a contract amendment for our College Board PSAT and MSQT for our FY 2022 administration. This amount of this amendment is $132,990, and the total contract amount is not to exceed $1,322,990.
Any questions or comments? 29.
This is our grant for Literacy for Learning, Living, and Leading in Georgia, L4GA. This is our 2019 Cohort 2 Year 2 grant funds, which are being awarded in accordance with congressional earmarks for local education agencies based on proposals that align with Georgia's L4GA literacy plan. The total grant amount is not to exceed $14,755,936.
Any questions or comments? Item 30.
This is our grant, Literacy for Learning, Living, and Leading in Georgia, our L4GA 2019. This one is Cohort 1, Year 3. And these funds are being awarded, as I said, in accordance with the congressional earmarks to local education agencies based on proposals that align with the Georgia's L4GA literacy plan. And this grant amount is not to exceed $22,215,554.55.
Any questions or comments? Item 31.
This is our grant for Project Aware Materials. This grant is to provide resources for schools to implement the Sources of Strength, a suicide prevention, bully prevention, and substance abuse prevention program that is part of the Sustainability Plan for Advancing Wellness and Resiliency in Education project. The total grant amount is not to exceed $60,000.
Thank you. Any questions or comments?
I've got a question. Caitlin, is that out of the same Project Aware budget, or is this a new? It's the same Project Aware. Okay, so this is the fourth funding from Project.
The second year.
The second, okay.
Grant. We have one more year of this grant.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? 32.
This is our Dell Computer Corporation, Microsoft Corporation's consulting services. This contract is being amended to provide additional support hours to assist with application modification and performance in the transition to a cloud-based infrastructure. Our amendment amount is $383,092 with a total contract amount not to exceed $2,551,092.
Any questions or comments? 33.
This is our contract renewal for FY23 computer aid. This contract is to provide temporary IT staffing to assist in the development, maintenance, and enhancement of all web-enabled application. This contract amount is not to exceed $7,300,000.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question for Mr. Osborne. With this contract, it says a temporary IT staffing to assist with the development, maintenance, and enhancement of all web-enabled applications. After the temporary staff is no longer there, will you have the staff support to be able to continue on the work that they are aiding in?
We will. Actually, the previous item where we're working with Microsoft, a lot of that is for knowledge acquisition and skill acquisition, so that we'll be able to kind of take on those services once. We'll never be void of using temporary services, but yeah, once the modernization effort is done, we'll probably restrict that, and we'll see that minimized.
Okay, well, thank you. I was wondering, I'm like, temporary.
Yeah, we're using a lot of them now because obviously the ESSER funds, the time is very limited to that, so we have to use the additional hands to kind of make sure that we do the work in the time allotted. So.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank you, Dr. Osborne. Any other questions? 34.
All right, this is a contract renewal with Concentric Sky. This contract is to continue supports through the statewide professional learning platform by providing personalized professional development opportunities. This contract amount is not to exceed $424,375.
Any questions or comments? 35.
This is our contract renewal for the K-12 network. The purpose of this contract is to provide internet access for all Georgia LEAs, Georgia State Schools, and the Department of Education. This contract is not to exceed $4,810,207.
Any questions or comments? 36.
This is a contract renewal for the FY23 Learning Management System, Instructure, Inc., to provide hosting and support for students enrolled in the Georgia Virtual Schools teacher-facilitated course and the Georgia Credit Recovery Module-based courses. This contract amount is not to exceed $961,306.
Any questions or comments? 37.
This is a contract renewal for FY23 Mythics, Inc. The purpose of this contract is to provide Oracle software licenses and support services for the agency's data collection and reporting systems, technical infrastructure. Contract amount is not to exceed $281,466.
Any questions or comments? All right, items 38 and 39 are contracts and grant amendment between $50,000 and $250,000. Are there any questions for 38 or 39?
Yes, where was the one?
Yes, 39, I think it is. Let me look back. My notes. I have a question. 39, the grant amendments.
Okay.
It might be 38.
I'm trying to look through my notes to make sure. No, that's on down.
Matt, while she's looking, can I just go back and compliment Dr. Dooley and on the item that was the source of strength under that Project Aware because that is an incredible program. And I don't know if, Kevin, if you might want to say a few words about that, of what it's doing in high schools for kids. But if you don't know about that program, it's an amazing program. And I think, is PBIS still working with that also? Or
So, yes, our school climate team does some tier 1 supports for high quality school climate, which includes making sure that students have the services needed, whether for mental health or just for a positive learning climate, learning conditions. Sources of Strength is a specific training for suicide prevention, and that's being specifically targeted for our project aware districts. We have 3 districts that apply to be project aware districts, and those districts receive training. We then open that up to any district that wants to receive training on suicide prevention. We get high quality responses every time when we ask our participants how they felt about it, and we routinely see that they rate the training as very high quality.
I just wanted to give kudos to that. Thank you.
Mr. Donaldson?
Very good. Thank you.
I withdraw
Ms.
my question. We can go on.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Then withdraw. So the committee has heard items 1 through 39. Do I hear any objection to moving items 1 through 25 and 26 through 39 to the consent agenda? Are there any objections from committee members? And then item 26, we move for a separate vote. Any objections? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have exhausted our agenda.
All right, thank you, Mr. Donaldson. Next on the agenda, the final committee meeting for the day is audits. And Mr. Royal, it appears that you do have a quorum. Does the audit committee have business for the day?
It does briefly. Russ,
We get a copy of those.
what you shared with us is, do you have it?
The copy of the,
Yes.
can we pull up the? We pull up the board audit committee. We go ask. I'll ask people from the board. It's right on.
No, it's not. State schools.
It's not, no, it's
not in assembly.
Yeah, there wasn't anything in assembly.
Why didn't that?
We have a mass exodus.
It's not under items for information.
Item of information.
Is it under items for information?
Tansy.
Yeah, the one we were looking at.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a call.
Oh,
Today. Thank you.
hey, welcome. Hey, thank you, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rock star.
I heard she
Dip
was
County
in
rock star.
Macon. There's gonna be one here. Mike, we don't have
On the agenda.
You gonna put it up? We're gonna. Okay.
They're working on that.
Thank you so much for your question.
seen tennis. Go to your tennis too. It is a
So you can go on. You know, I shouldn't assume. We're on the agenda. Russ sends me the list that we've gone over the last 3 times we've met. On it, go over and have you assume.
you so bad. All I saw tennis was good. Yeah.
Truth is.
I know.
Okay, but is it a moderate or high or?
I think your own still might.
Is it on the new list? Is this one you sent me? It's not on, no, this is the one you sent.
Oh, this is the one that you did.
So Mr. Donaldson just said they can't hear anything. I think there was yet another separate number they need to call into for this committee.
I was talking to Chris.
Yeah, I think
Everyone has a separate one.
Yeah.
every committee has a separate one.
Switch to audit. He said he's. Uh-oh, here we go.
Sorry, I don't know the answer to this one.
I don't either. I don't have any of the answers.
Oh, we can have some
Sorry.
fun now, can't we?
God, is that you? I always knew it was a female.
Wow, you're asking, can we? What should we do about?
I know it's not God.
So Matt Donaldson said he's on the audit. He called the audit number. Are you, Mr. Donaldson? Are you there? Okay. Trying to get
set the meetings up.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, we ran a little long.
well, maybe we just need to punt until,
If there's no business that.
I mean, it was, I mean, we've got,
The committee is more of an oversight committee
Yeah.
than anything, so. It's your
um,
committee.
we've got some folks that are starting to tread in really, really thin water. So we need to, but it's, I don't see anything between now and July that's gonna change anything.
Except budgets.
Well, they better, hopefully that could change it for the better, because
Except June 30th.
they could be voting on some, because,
Spending resolutions.
well, what I was going to highlight or ask, the majority of my questions are, we've got some districts that are on high risk. And according to our staff, their corrective action plan does not adequately address that risk.
I mean, without that list, I don't know.
Yeah,
What we're talking about.
and we've added, since our last meeting, we've added, we've added,
It's under
we've
also
added
we have
3
Audit
districts.
Committee.
Luckily, Troop and Cab. So,
Oh, okay. No, never mind. I just skipped it.
yeah, Luckily, Troop and Cab. Thomasville City is Talbot.
I was been on there for a long time.
Yeah, they've been on there, they aren't addressing it, and I wanna know why, do we need to do something, that they've been on there, they're not doing, it's still a no, a high and a no. And we've got some that I was just gonna ask questions that are high, and their superintendents have not attended financial management training.
No,
So,
apparently what they're doing is they set the meeting up for a certain time and it's expired.
They just.
So they're trying to extend it, but they're trying to get it to where.
they're moderate.
This is what I get for setting up the meetings 30 minutes apart.
No, yeah,
Of course, I do that and we run over.
and it's on the federal nutrition program.
Because I
And
can't set
internal
up
controls,
sessions.
those are completely managed to this person.
It is.
And managed.
I think it's under items for information. It says,
Where?
I gotta leave it too.
you scroll down the agenda and you go to, items for information, there's a number 3, SB 68 high and moderate risk districts.
Yes.
It is on there.
Yeah, it's in limit, items
It's in
for
items for
information.
information. Item number 3.
It is, well, see,
When was
yeah, I
that
told
on?
you, you had so much to contribute.
But it's kind of funky too though, because it's a 2-page PDF, so
It sure is.
the,
So,
the
and
document
online.
is hard to, it's hard to.
So it's
hard
big.
to see, it's hard to see all the way across because
Okay, so we've got the list, sort of.
But it's funky.
So Mike, let me ask you
It's
that.
funky, but
Does-
we get the list.
Yeah.
All right, well, Mr. Chairman, it's your call to make, but if you'd like to wait and see if we can get the rest of the board members on.
Yeah, it's, we don't need to take any
I
action.
think we're waiting on Frank and Matt.
Yeah, I don't think we need to take any, there's no action I was gonna ask for, but I was gonna actually potentially ask for action in July. Because they should have their budgets done, their stuff together. Not exactly the word I was looking for.
All right, who do we have?
everybody's.
All right.
Frank Griffin.
Hey, Frank, who else?
Matt's here.
Okay.
Good.
Mark,
All
All right, awesome. Well, we'll go through this quick because there's not any action we need to take today, but under your agenda on it's in there. Under items for information, 3 SSB 68 legislative session, high and moderate risk districts. There's a form in there. I will share or ask staff to ask Russ to share the spreadsheet that I had that I thought was going to be added to the agenda. My bad on that. I'll take blame for that. But there's a spreadsheet which outlines each district that is under high or moderate, and there are some districts on here that are high risk, and their corrective action plans still to this day do not adequately address the risk according to our staff. I know you don't have those, but I'll do it anyway. And one's been on here a while. It's Talbot County. Their corrective action plans don't. Thomasville City. Their corrective action plan does not adequately address the risks. They've not given any specific as to controls that will be put in place or internal controls in there. And then also we have several districts that are on high risk whose superintendents did not attend financial management training. Those are Berrien County, not Clay County, they're on high risk, but their superintendent did. Very clear. Hancock County, they're on high risk and superintendent did not go to the training. I'm saying this for our members that are out there so you know if any of yours are out there, you know to be watching for them. Tryon City is moderate and theirs did not attend. It's not high. Again, Crawford is moderate and they did not attend. And we have some new ones. Dublin City is on high and their superintendent did not attend. But they're new. We haven't gotten their corrective action plan. Their corrective action plan is due next month, July 27th. Leckley County is moderate and their corrective action plan is due by 8/9. Troup County is moderate and their superintendent did not meet, but their corrective action plan is due 8/17. And not on the list that just hit the list, and I don't think anybody is going to be knocked over with a feather by this name, is DeKalb County. Just was put on high or moderate risk at this time, and we will be getting more. They have not responded yet. To their fairness to them, they have not responded yet, but they have just been put on the list as well. So what I was going to ask of staff is prioritizing. Want to get a more detailed update at our next meeting of the high risk that do not meet the corrective action plans. All of them should be having budget meetings, adopting their local budgets, making changes, making the adequate changes. We're in the off-season, staff, personnel, doing things they need to lay the groundwork for a positive 2022-23 school year. But I'd like to get additional details, aiming staff on the ones that are specifically high risk, not meeting the corrective action, not having adequate corrective action plans, and the others that are just high risk. Some of them are yes and yes, and internal controls. What maybe even a brief update on the other high risks. What the expectations are of them, and then obviously we'll know more on the new ones that are on. But at this time, I don't know, Russ, do we need to be taking her at 68? Are there any notices that we need to be sending out as the State Board of Education that we have requirements under the statute to be sending out to these districts that we need to be aware of or we need to send at this time?
I'm not aware of any. Amy, are you? This is her spreadsheet.
Hello, Russ.
Yeah, can you hear us?
Yes.
Yeah, the question is, are you aware of anything actions the state board needs to take at this time with the?
Yeah, Amy, are you aware of any with the new ones coming on or any actions under SB 68? Did you hear about where I'd like to prioritize additional information to our board members on for those that are at high risk and they do not adequately meet the action plan? And then is there anything particularly with the new districts that have come on, anything we need to be doing or any actions we need to be taking to meet our responsibilities under the legislative priorities that we need to take at this time?
We are currently working with Talbot County. They're in the middle of the federal cross-functional monitoring, and we have been working with their finance officer that's in place. We plan to have a summary to Rusk within the next couple of weeks on where all of their information stands per notification that they received last August as well. We have repeatedly requested additional information from Thomasville City and Talbot County as far as their corrective action plans and have not received those. We have held 2 superintendent financial management trainings so far since the bill has become law. We are tentatively looking to schedule another in July in Macon. So the superintendent financial management trainings, we're trying to make those available quarterly. So the Troop and DeKalb have not yet been invited to a superintendent financial management training. The last one we had was on April 20th. So there's no expectations at this time that those 2 districts will not be compliant or that we're going to have any issues receiving some of the pending corrective action plans. They do have 120 days to submit those to us.
Okay. So did I just hear you correct that Thomasville City and Talbot County have not been submitting the documentations that have been requested?
They have submitted a corrective action plan, and we did not determine that it was detailed enough for us to state whether or not the corrective action plan would address the risk that was noted. So we have requested additional information from those 2 counties, and we have not yet received. We requested additional information from several others, and they did send us clarifying information. They will stay on the risk list until the next audit, since the Department of Audits is the organization that determines the risk status.
Okay, with Thomasville City and Talbot, how long ago was that information requested? Approximately.
I don't have the dates of the emails, but we've asked several times. I can get that to Rusk as far as the actual dates of the emails after this meeting.
Will you please get that to Rusk and forward that, because that would be something that we could potentially take up at our next meeting, whether our board needs to invite their boards on a field trip.
Yes, sir. I'll do that as soon as possible. Thank you.
Okay. All right. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you, sir. Anything else for the good of the board? This time we will adjourn committee meetings for the day, and we will call to order the meeting at 9 o'clock tomorrow for our regularly scheduled board meeting. Actually, Megan, that one's fun.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And DeKalb has not been asked to attend the financial.
Correct, because they just